I was on an RV trip with my grandparents and cousin, heading from Las Vegas to Oregon. We wanted to visit some ghost towns along the way. I'm not sure where we stopped on this one night. It was just a parking lot in the middle of an old town. I was sleeping on the converted dinner table by the kitchen, woke up randomly. The curtains were drawn, and the microwave clock was the only source of light, besides an orb floating in the middle of the kitchen. It wasn't moving, but I was frozen in fear. I slowly ducked underneath the covers and went back to sleep. Later on, when I was 11 or 13, my dad had just finished building his house that we would hope to pass on from generation to generation. When I lived with my mom most of the year, I would live there during the summers and winter break. Most of the time, it was just him and I in a house that had great insulation, and we slept on opposite sides of the house. But regularly, I would hear scratching in the walls, especially when he was at work, and especially at night. I always felt like I was being watched, and when we got a dog, he would regularly bark at the walls, or bark at nothing while outside. My dad would say, "Oh, there's just bats in the walls," which in my opinion still doesn't make sense. This was a brand new house, and it used spray insulation. How would that work? Later on, though, one of his girlfriends and I got talking about how I always feel like I'm being watched in the house. And she said that she did too, for about 6 months. She felt threatened until I got to know her. But she humored me. We burned sage and blessed the house that week. Instantly felt better. Maybe it was placebo, but recently my mom has told me that my dad was involved in the occult, practiced voodoo in some manners. I don't know if what I was experiencing was just my imagination making up different things, or if it was a spirit that was in some Oregon woods and attached itself to my house when it was being built. Or if my dad performed a ritual to summon something to protect the house, and it thought that I wasn't supposed to be there. I'm not sure. Recently, though, I haven't experienced anything, other than the occasional paranoia that comes from watching lots of paranormal investigation stuff. I felt scared, like something was watching me extensively, and that was at military posts. Before then, nothing. And since then, nothing that would make me think of a spirit at all. Eventually, I'll be revisiting the parking lot in Virginia City. I'm pretty positive that's where it was when I first saw the orb. I want to try to contact it once I get some equipment. Maybe go to a few mines where people have passed away in Nevada. Long story shortened up, I have this thing in my house. It has no figure, and I can only catch a glimpse of it in lightly reflected surfaces like doorknobs, but often. It just watches most of the time, like a peeping Tom. Makes noises throughout the house. It used to be mostly in the ceiling till I salted the attic entry, and it stopped. It sounded like a full grown-ass person fell down with a huge thud once. It likes to knock in like Morse code, but mostly, when in bed, I leave the door cracked. It messes around in the doorway, taunting like it wants to be seen, but enjoying that it can't. Been a few times where the doorway has literally vibrated. Shrooms like. I'm not scared of it, but annoyed at this point, for several months now. Also, sometimes it brings random aromas. I swear it's farted in my face. Most recently, it smelled like auto grease. 1 a.m., while in bed, out of nowhere. Like, I don't think it's a ghost, but maybe someone's astral projection, or some kind of tech. Your guess is as good as mine, honestly. I've looked into origins and possibilities, all dead ends. I've had the house cleansed twice, and saved twice. Nada. It used to only mess with me, but recently has growled at my lady, did some kind of heavy breathing. She gets up at 3 a.m. for work. It wasn't like this when we moved in, not at first. But I left for 3 months and I came back. The whole vibe was different. Some key things that could have played a role. The black cat started showing up and I was feeding it. My firstborn was on her way. She's 6 months now. Our neighbor's body was dug up the first week we moved in. His wife killed him and buried in the backyard. During those 3 months, I was doing a lot of drugs, but I've been sober for 7+ months now. I was at a job where I suspected a group of people that I worked with were part of a satanic cult, and I surely did piss them off. I do a lot of research into events of the world, and I know some stuff that a vast majority of people don't. Like I said, I don't know what it is, who it is, but it isn't going away. It's annoying, taunting, and petty. Again, this is the short version. I moved into my aunt and uncle's house for about 2 years. I was a 5th grader. It was my 3 younger cousins, my sister and I, who were mostly in the home. I rarely remember my aunt being home, which should have been a red flag, and her husband worked the graveyard shift, so we weren't allowed to be rowdy during the day. The home is in this part of town that was historically settled by Irish immigrants, so a lot of deaths happened due to poor water hygiene and a fire that forced them out. The house previously belonged to my uncle's father, so he was very attached to the home. As an Asian immigrant, buying a home in those days was very rare because of how poor they were. The times when my aunt was home, they often argued. I can't remember about what. For a time, she didn't sleep in the same bed with her husband and slept with the kids in our room. I remember him wrestling her on the bed one day, breaking the window next to it. It felt more awkward than scary because it felt more like they were hiding something. After that, I remember hearing my other aunt and grandma whispering all about how the house should be sold and everyone should move out. All while this was happening, weird things would occur in the home. My aunt really liked to gamble with her siblings, and I guess it was her way of being able to stay away from home late at night, while my uncle was off at work. Like all children, my cousins, my sister, and I loved watching TV. Back when Adult Swim would air late-night anime, and we would all tune in the living room with our eyes glued to the latest or reruns of Wolf's Rain episodes. One night, the doors connecting the living room to the foyer slammed shut. They were always left wide open because it was one of those weird house rules that we followed. All of us turned to see the panic on each other's faces. We ran into the girls' bedroom. We were terrified out of our minds. Once we all got into the room, we panicked even more because we'd left the lights and the TV on. If our aunt came home, knowing we weren't sleeping, we were in trouble. We all demanded the oldest should go run and turn it off, which was my sister, but she refused. In our panic, someone asked, "Did we lock the door?" So, we knew we were all fucked whenever our aunt came home, but we were all too scared to leave the bedroom after that experience. When my aunt did come home, she was furious. The lights were on, the TV was on, the doors weren't locked, and children were up past midnight. She asked, and we told her the truth. The look in her eyes I'll never forget. It was confirmation that she too experienced the same things in that house. We were chewed out and my aunt went about pretending that nothing happened. But things kept escalating. They got dogs and would leave them in different places throughout the home at night. In the middle of the night, sometimes one dog would bark at the darkness, as if something were there, which only made my aunt unhinged even more. I ended up moving in with my grandma in the middle of 6th grade and escaped that place. But even 20+ years later, I still have nightmares about that house. My aunt did end up selling the house years later to an Italian restaurant behind it because they wanted to expand their parking lot, and they never have. I believe it's because the land is cursed, or the entity won't allow them to build. My aunt wasn't a Christian. She hired a shaman for years to cleanse and rid the spirits that were lingering, but there was no success. After selling the house, a giant cross was built in front of the home, and posters of Jesus and the cross were zip-tied to the fence around the property. As a kid, I had a few paranormal encounters that I thought significant, 2 of which included a black-eyed child that resembled the Ring Girl, or the Grudge, but had bangs, looked exactly like a friend that I had in elementary school, only pale, white, and black-eyed. First time I saw her maybe 50 yards away, in the rear view as my dad drove me away. Second time, she was in my room as I went to go get something. She was on her knees on the opposite side of my bed. Anyway, I never paid much attention to it. I'm not saying the next encounter was the same entity or related, but I've started wondering if they are. This one I know for a fact to be real. It was almost 3 years ago, 5 or 6 a.m. I was being nocturnal at the time. Me and my girlfriend were getting ready to go to sleep, but I went to the kitchen to get a snack as she followed. It wasn't clear what I was doing, so she asked me, "What are you doing?" Then she said, "What the fuck?" And I spun around right as she clicked the light in the hallway that was right above her. Immediately after she turned it on, just in time for me to see, as I just turned around, the light bulb exploded. A skinny figure resembling the girl from The Ring appeared. Only very tall, maybe 6 foot something, her body only being a few inches wide. It disappeared with the flash of the light from the exploding light bulb, leaving me and my girlfriend speechless. She said that she exclaimed, "What the fuck?" because she saw a white mist beside her, which is also why she turned on the light. It's the realest experience I've ever had, the most chilling. Me and that girlfriend broke up now, but the whole 2 years I was with her, creepy phenomena happened constantly. From the one I just mentioned to hearing voices, rhythmic tapping on windows, apparitions, dogs growling at nothing, and one time I heard stomping running up to me from behind despite being alone, but nothing like the skinny light bulb figure. The most notable other experiences were when we heard mumbling outside of our bedroom door, but we were alone in the house. When I was alone going to sleep, I saw a shadow figure walking parallel to my bed. Us talking about turning the bedroom light on, only for it to turn on by itself, right as we mentioned it. And items being moved, lost randomly, sometimes randomly appearing in the freezer of all places. My dog at the time was pretty quiet, unless we could physically see a person walking outside or something. But my girlfriend said that, while I was at work, he would often growl at the hallway, hair standing up as well. I never had him do that the whole 15 years I had him. Almost all experiences were in the same house. And we both experienced them together and apart, but it was worse for her, especially when she was alone at the house and I was at work. There were also times in 2 other houses that she claimed to see someone laying beside her, facing her, despite being alone. I'll also mention, I never experienced things so real, even in that house, until I got with her, and everything ceased when we broke up. And haven't had many things happen since. It's been a year. Any thoughts? Was my ex haunted? Is the Ring Girl or figures like her only from folklore? So this is admittedly a little shaky. There's probably a logical explanation for this, but I think it's interesting, especially given where I heard it. About 2 months ago, I set out to put together a book of the city's ghost stories, as, at least to my knowledge, no one else has done so. This has led to a lot of on-foot research, a lot of questions, and one or two mistakes. My sincerest apologies to the one store when I told you your place was haunted. I hadn't realized I was in the wrong place. One of the more prevalent ghost stories I've come across so far, as everyone seems to know some version of it, is of a little girl who fell through a skylight of a grocery store in the 1930s. She hit her head on a Coke machine and died the next day. It's one of the few ghost stories I've come across for the book that's rooted in history. As the little girl did actually fall, I've seen a photograph of her, I've read newspaper articles about it, and I've visited her grave. A lot of the finer points of the actual event seem to have gotten mixed up in the retelling of it. I've heard people talk about the little girl falling from the window instead of the skylight, and pointing to other buildings on the street as the ones that she'd fallen out of. Supposedly, her ghost doesn't just haunt the site of the former grocery store, but the building on either side of it too. Anyway, I was going for a walk one morning, early as I often do. Heading down the street, I was thinking of the cold, of the weather, and half a dozen other things besides the ghost story about the little girl. I was walking by a series of shops when I heard a noise. A terrific sounding crash. Jumping, startled, I whirled towards the sound, only to find myself standing in front of the exact building the girl had fallen into. It's a jewelry store now, or at least it will be until they move out soon. Admittedly, it could have been someone working inside who dropped something. Still, the place didn't open for another 2 hours. It was fairly early in the morning. I almost looked in. Probably should have looked in, but didn't, just in case it was one of those workers and not a ghost. I went on my way, rather shaken up, and have yet to hear anything else, no matter how many times I walked by the building. So did I hear the ghostly replaying of the tragic accident? Or just the mishandling of a clumsy employee? I don't know, and probably never will know. But that doesn't mean I'm going to quit hoping to hear it again. So I once saw this really, really nice necklace on an online auction, and I just placed my bid, and I actually won. The seller was a German man, and it took a while for my package to arrive. I was super proud of my new necklace. Started wearing it the exact moment I held it in my hands. After a month of wearing it, weird things started happening to me. 2 events occurred. The first was on a Sunday or Saturday morning. I remember being very relaxed and hearing the voice of a little girl talking to me, even though I couldn't understand what she said. I didn't see her, I just heard her. Everyone in my house was asleep, so made me freak out. The second event occurred on a Wednesday night. It was around 10 p.m. I usually go to bed at or around 9:30. I take a lot to fall asleep. I was feeling relaxed and I was half asleep and half awake. I realized I was listening to a female voice humming a tune that I could recognize, even though my parents were downstairs, my brothers were sleeping. It scared me a lot at first, but I didn't really mind and just let myself fall asleep. I talked to my mother about what was happening. We had a long talk in private. I often see weird things, and weird things often happen to me. But this time I told someone about it. My mom was trying to understand for what reason this would happen to me. She thought it was maybe something in my room, and in the exact moment when she said that, I thought about my necklace. It was a necklace from the years 1920 and 1930. So yeah, I just poured some holy water on it. Just had a few events after that. But they were probably more my imagination running wild. I still have the necklace now, and I wear it every day. I feel like the memories of the girl who had this necklace before me are still inside the necklace. And I don't really mind. Actually, I'm happy that a part of her is still in there. I just really can't explain why. So, yep, one of the creepiest experiences of mine. My mom is a realtor and has shown a variety of different houses in her time working that job. About 4 years back, she came home from one, pale and jittery. I joke that she's looked like she's seen a ghost. She just slowly nods. Apparently, she'd been taking pictures of the house in order to put them online and had been standing in the doorway, checking through the digital camera. She's taking a while, and apparently halfway through, when somebody had impatiently cleared his throat behind her. Now, she was the only one in the house, and so practically jumped through the door to get out as soon as she heard it. Standing on the front porch, she'd realized that she'd left the keys behind her, so she had to brave going back in order to retrieve them. She ran in, grabbed the keys, and ran back out, back to the car, and back home. That's where I came in, made the joke, and the story enters an endless loop of retelling and retelling. Now the house. The house is old, apparently pre-Civil War, 1800s, so it's entirely possible that the house is haunted. She goes and calls the homeowner after we discussed whether to do it or not. She calls him, waffles for a bit, then asks him if his house is haunted. The man goes quiet for a long time. Finally, he asks her, "Which one did you see?" Apparently, there's 2 ghosts on the property. The ghost of a doctor, whom the wife of the homeowner saw bending over her one night to check her temperature when she was sick. The other is the ghost of the grandmother of the family who originally owned the house. She'd gone crazy for one reason or another and had been locked up in one of the upstairs rooms. There was a hole drilled through the door in order to look in and see her. People apparently have claimed to see her looking down from that room's window. Months pass as the house tries to sell, and finally, Mom has an open house on a Sunday where over 100 people come by to look at the house. Near the end of the day, somebody approaches her about buying it. She promises to begin walking them through the process. That was Sunday afternoon. Monday morning, Mom's woken up by a call from another one of the realtors telling her to turn on the TV. Sure enough, on the local news, the house is ablaze and quickly burns completely to the ground. Everybody's a little shaken, and several theories are put forward, from racist to homeless people. Me, I'm firmly convinced the ghosts didn't want to give up their house that easy, and so dealt with it the only way they could. So I used to work in this half-shut-down hospital. The original hospital had closed. However, the hospital I worked for had just bought it for a satellite emergency room. Being how no one wanted or knew to come to us the first few months, they were pretty boring. The doctor was an advocate for ghost hunting and would send me down the old places on my night shift. One night I had the radar and I went to the back room. I was just going to go for my cigarette break. I had one out and was about to finish up and walk outside. In the pitch black dark, all I heard was, "Don't smoke." I looked down at my hand, at my unlit cigarette, and booked it. I couldn't believe it. I have since quit smoking, 5 or 6 years now. I live with my grandma. My bedroom is in the basement. She can't walk up and down the stairs anymore, so she never comes down there. Last night, I had the most vivid dream I've had in my life. Everything in my dream was exactly the same as it was in real life at the time. My grandma upstairs, my boyfriend and I asleep in my bed downstairs. The dream went like this. In the middle of the night, every car alarm on our street was going off. Minutes later, things around my bedroom were being thrown around the room, knocked off of shelves, and there was a loud bang all around the house. I ran upstairs, and the 2 chandeliers in the living room were swinging around. I went back downstairs, and a noose had appeared on my bedroom ceiling. When I woke up, I ran upstairs to tell my grandma about my dream. Before I had the chance to say anything, she said, "I felt like Mike was here with me last night." Mike is my father, who passed away a few years ago. I left for work and my boyfriend still sleeping in my bed. When he woke up, he called me and said that he felt very sick, but as soon as he left the house, he felt better. Literally, as soon as he walked out the front door. When I got home from work, I went downstairs and sat down on my bed. I noticed a necklace that I've never seen before in my life. It was just lying on my bed next to me. I went upstairs to ask my grandma about it. She said that she'd never seen it before either. It was a gold chain with a dainty cross pendant. After talking to my grandma, I headed downstairs. The necklace was laying in the middle of the kitchen floor. I ran back to my grandma's bedroom. When I came back, it had moved from the kitchen to the living room. Maybe it seems like all of this could easily be explained, but it feels too coincidental. And I don't understand where this necklace came from, or how it's moving around with neither of us touching it. As a child, I was extremely scared of going to sleep. It was because every now and then I would wake up in the middle of the night, start seeing and hearing things. I used to see dark figures walking past my door. I'd hear noises of people walking downstairs. They sometimes even called my name. One night, after staying awake, trembling under my blankets for about 30 minutes, I started praying. I prayed and eventually I fell asleep. Some days after that, I moved to another room in my house. In that room, I just had a few episodes, but I never really heard the people downstairs. So this story is short, but safe to say it creeped the hell out of me, and I still tell it to people ever so often. My nanny, Mom's mom, lived in an older house when I was younger. My family always joked that it was haunted because we always heard bumps and bangs and stuff. Just overall, it gave a creepy vibe. It got to where I wouldn't stay the night over there unless I had to because my parents worked a lot. When I was 15, I was staying at Nanny's and we were in her bathroom, doing something, getting ready for bed. It was just me and Nanny, alone in the house, aside from her older poodle. Rest in peace, Brandy. Best doggo ever. Anyway, out of nowhere, we heard a huge crash coming from the kitchen. We ran in there to find Brandy hiding under the kitchen table, trembling, and her food dishes upside down across the kitchen from where they would normally sit. They were heavy ceramic bowls that sat down and in those metal trays. There was water and food everywhere. At first, we were like, "Brandy, what did you do?" And then we kind of realized that the bowls and the tray weighed more than she did. She was probably 8 pounds or so. Plus, she was pretty old at this point. The stand was also upside down in the middle of the kitchen. No clue what happened that night, but safe to say we were thoroughly freaked out. Other things happened often, like stuff falling off the walls and such. I'm glad she doesn't live there anymore. Growing up, I always had to move from one place to another. There was this apartment in particular that terrified me. I was about 7 or 8 when weird stuff started happening. Basically, things would go missing. Things would get moved, and I'd hear footsteps in the hallways. Once my dad heard someone small running. He thought it was my sister, called out to her, but nobody answered. When he came to check on me and my sister, he found us both fast asleep. We always shared a room. One time, my mom baked a cake at night. I don't know why she decided to bake it at night, but she did. That night, we heard muffled chewing sounds. It wasn't my parents, as they'd gone to sleep hours before. Their room was in front of mine, and I would have seen them come out. The next day, we found half the cake was gone. Another time, my dad bought a GPS. He was very happy with it and put it on the table. The next day, it was gone. Me and my sister didn't touch it because my dad was very strict, and we used to be scared of what would happen if we touched it. My mom was home all day, but she's a busy woman and couldn't care less about a GPS. It was gone for a week, and then it was found. One day my dad called my mom asking her where she found the GPS. It was right where he left it. This freaks me out the most. I had a saint, a paper with a saint on it. We call it a saint here. No matter how many times I got rid of the saint, it always comes back. I ripped it apart so many times. I shredded it, and it always returns to my desk. I no longer live in that house, but every time I walk by it, I get this feeling of dread. From about 2018 to 2019, I lived in an apartment by the college I was attending. It wasn't an old apartment, wasn't made out of an old house. Nothing about it seemed like it'd be the least bit haunted. I didn't really even notice all that much to make me reach that conclusion. Sure, sometimes I'd smell the same food cooking about the same time, some mornings and nights. And sometimes I'd hear the sound of somebody taking a step in the living room. But I attributed both to the rooms on 3 sides of me. The steps could be someone above me, and the food could be anybody cooking. This to say, I never even contemplated that it was haunted until one day. This was during the 2019 spring semester. I was graduating at the end of the semester, and so the school year was ramping up and stressing me out. I became fond of taking naps during the day in order to cope with a broken sleep schedule. And oftentimes I'd just sleep during the day, laying face down on the bed in order to block out the light. One Monday, I'd taken a nap. Class had either been canceled or I'd decided to skip it that day. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. That was until I blinked blearily awake, with a concrete sensation that a hand was stroking my bangs, starting from the roots and running their fingers through the tips. It felt nice, to be honest, all except the fact that I lived by myself in that apartment. As soon as I woke up enough to connect that something didn't feel right, I remember jumping up and yelling out in surprise, swearing in complete alarm. The sensation immediately went away, and I was left shaken, standing in the bedroom. I collect myself, go get supper, and try to figure out what had just happened. Upon doing some research, an old cabin used to be in that spot, and before that, during a battle fought in the Civil War, a tent had been placed somewhere near there for soldiers and nurses. I spent the next few months trying to figure out who it could have been and waiting to try to experience it again, but it never came again. I have no idea what it was, never experienced anything else ever again. I just wonder who it was, why they seemed so interested in my well-being. In a way, it was kind of nice, kind of sweet, and I have this weird desire to at least know who it was and what happened to them. Is that weird? It feels weird to me. About 6 months ago, my girlfriend and I stayed at the St. James Hotel in Red Wing, Minnesota. I'd heard stories about it being haunted before and was curious, but was mostly there for the beauty and history of the place. When we got to our room, I did a little Google search to read up on the history, came across a page talking about it being haunted. It said that the 3rd floor was considered the most haunted. We were on the 3rd floor. Then it explained that the 3rd floor had been the residence of an old hotel owner, and room 310 was her room. We were staying in room 310. The article didn't say anything about what she does to the room itself, but it said that she's active in the dining room, moving tables and silverware around, so I didn't know what to expect. The room has those fancy curtains that hang straight down and that you hook up with hooks that loop in the back. They look kind of scalloped when they're up. When we woke in the morning, Some of the hooks and loops had been torn down and broken, like someone had pulled the curtain with some force. Others had been adjusted to be lower than they were originally. We hadn't heard anything during the night, and you need a stepping stool to reach the curtains in the first place. But that stool was in the same place that it had been when we checked in. The 2 windows facing the main road were fine, while the other 2 on the side had been messed with. My girlfriend swears up and down that she didn't do it. She's too short anyway. Plus, I'm a light sleeper. I would have heard her. It's probably just a coincidence, but an hour after we checked in, the door to the closet had already swung open. We joked that the lady of the house saw 2 lesbians walk in her room and decided to open a closet for us to go back in where we came from. We were spooked, and we still had to stay the night after that with our homophobic ghost friend, but nothing else happened. The hotel is beautiful, even if it has a heavy, eerie feeling everywhere. Apparently, there's a lot of other ghosts there besides this one, who we found out is named Clara. My family and I live in a mobile home park where the trailers have been converted into homes. Recently, me, my wife, and the rest of the family that lives with us, we've been hearing and or smelling strange things. At first, we thought it was the stray cats or raccoons, but then things started getting weirder. We started hearing the sounds. Sometimes it would be footsteps, other times we would hear knocking. We thought at first maybe we smoked a bit too much of the devil's lettuce, but everyone else in the house was also hearing these things. That's when the sounds started sounding like people talking to us. But the weird thing was it always sounded like they were incredibly far away. The most recent thing was the smell of rotting dead of some kind. I couldn't for the life of me remember when the last time I'd smelled death like that. The smell seemed almost intense, as if it were right in front of me. I checked around our home, under it, just to make sure there were no dead animals. This happened at almost 12 at night, when my wife and I were outside smoking. I had my brother come out and check, and even he agreed that it wasn't just me who smelled it. He said it smelled like the corpse of a person. That's when I remembered why the smell seemed so familiar, because a man who had died a few years ago. I remember how many times we walked by his corpse. They realized he died inside the wall, but I never forgot the smell. It was a very horrid smell. Still, that smell only has happened once. It hasn't come back that I know of. I'm usually one to think of scientific reasons. I ended up checking if any possible sewage had leaked from a pipe or if it came from the neighbor's home, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. These weird happenings only seem to happen at night, and most of the people that live near us are usually asleep by 10 p.m., and we stay up till about midnight and 1 in the morning. My neighbors have told me that on the few occasions they've been outside at that hour, they say they feel uncomfortable, or they hear something, but they chalk it up to maybe random animals, or them being tired. I'll post an update if anything significant happens. I would also like any opinions or theories to what it might be. Been a while since I shared this story. Background: I worked as an off-shift IT guy in a 24/7 federal building while trying to finish college. My shift, 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. I can't say too much, but it used to be many things, like a sanitarium, a hospital. Very popular in the 1800s. It had its own underground network of tunnels to move supplies and bodies in and out of the building. Train station, cemeteries. During my shift, I worked in 2 physical locations, the call center area and a secure communications room. The most frightening times I had was when I worked in the building's sub-basement. It used to be the building's morgue, but was now the exclusively secure communications room. Since it's 24/7, the lights stay on in that communications room at all times. There's always someone required to be in the room. Didn't matter if it felt like you were being watched anyway. Also, no one was allowed to be in that room alone. Our customers who we support made sure that one of us was in there with them while working. Minimum staffing in that room was 3 people during the day. At night, my shift, 2. Anyway, my story specifically was, as I was wrapping up my homework thesis, I heard a noise, like something heavy being dragged on the other side or opposite of my cubicle. I called my friend over. He heard it too. My cube wall is pretty long, but in the few minutes for my friend to come over, we both heard it for about 5 to 7 minutes. We asked each other if there was anyone else in our secure area, or if any last-minute work was scheduled. Nope. We made the choice to investigate the noise in the area. Nope. Nothing. Room doors still locked. No one else but us entered or was present. Took a smoke break and left, just to not run away screaming. People would complain that when they used the common restroom, someone would tug at their clothing while they were in there. It would always freak them out. The worst parts for me would be when I had to walk this huge Gothic building at night and in the dark and manually update computers. The security guards would make their rounds and shut off all of the lights in the areas not used, and I'd go and turn them all on when I did my rounds. Anyway, I'd see and hear things. Shadows appear when I turned on the lights and murmurs at specific places. During the day, when it's sunny, heavily populated, lots of people, you don't notice anything odd. At night, and it's just you and the other guy, hearing noises and seeing things, it's scary as hell. The building is still occupied. I'm told those areas are no longer available or accessed. They're now used for storage only. A little while ago, I posted about hearing a girl or a young woman utter the words "uh-oh" one night in my apartment where I live alone. Since then, I've started compiling a list of weird things that have happened in the apartment. I thought I might go over what's happened in my apartment since I moved in and see what other people think. It really started back in 2021. I'd moved into the apartment in late 2019, and for a year and a half I'd lived there. I hadn't noticed anything very strange, or at least anything strange enough that stuck in my mind. This would change very shortly. While I was hanging out with some friends in a Discord voice chat one afternoon, I happened to glance down the length of my hallway, the doorway of which is to the left of where I sit. Just by turning my head, I can look down the hallway into the dining room, and from the dining room, I can see my desk. Well, when I looked to my left that particular afternoon, I saw what looked like the shadow of a woman's arm in the doorway of the dining room, as if the woman it was connected to was standing just on the inside of the dining room, out of sight. Now, it might have just been the shadows, but I know I saw it clearly enough that it caught my attention, and it was still there after I looked away once or twice. It was clear enough that I was about to tell the Discord chat about it, but it finally disappeared, and I convinced myself I hadn't seen anything. A few months later, sometime around November 2021, February 2022, I was woken up one night to what I can only describe as a choir singing. It sounded like All the World, and as if people were singing it in my room. Now, there is a church next door, but I've never heard them practice before, and this was like 3 a.m. I lay there, fully awake and confused, until the noise finally stopped, and I once again convinced myself that I'd imagined it, that it was only a very late-night practice for the church next door. Now this one, over a year later, earlier this year, I was sitting on the couch in the living room, playing some solitaire on my phone, preparing to go to bed. As I'm sitting there, fully awake and aware of all the noises around me, mainly the train that had just rumbled its way through town, I hear in the silence that followed a young woman or child's voice, clear as day, saying, "Uh-oh," from the direction of the dining room. Now I've heard other people's TVs from the apartment. They're all muffled and quiet. This wasn't. This was clear and loud. A couple of weeks after that, I'm in the dining room, bent over, grabbing a couple of water bottles from the cask in the corner of the room. I catch movement out of the corner of my eye. I watch from between my legs as something, a lady's skirt maybe, moves from one corner of the room to the other. Again. This isn't me seeing something I thought I saw and then wasn't there when I went to look. I watched as whatever this was moved across the floor for several seconds. Why I never thought to stand up and turn around, I'll never know. Finally, just last night, I was listening to someone on YouTube talk about film in the 1980s, when suddenly, along with the audio from the video, I heard something that sounded like a woman's wordless, barely audible, whispering right by my left ear. I stopped. I frowned, rewound the video to where I'd just heard it, and it simply wasn't there. Wasn't in the video. Had never been in the video. I'm becoming more and more convinced that my apartment is haunted, but I'm still not 100% certain that it is. I guess I'd have to concretely engage with something before I believed it. What do you good people think? In 2006, I stayed overnight with a buddy at a second property his family had purchased. It was an old farm just on the outskirts of Florin Road, Watt Avenue, in Sacramento, California. My buddy's family had not moved in. He wanted to spend the night on the property to get a feel for it. The previous property owner's husband had passed away, and she sold the home for cheap. What struck me as odd was that she left all of the furniture, tons of miscellaneous personal property behind, which we discovered later had belonged to her late husband. I told my friend to get rid of all that junk because, in my culture, Laotian, Thai, we believed it was bad luck to hang on to a deceased person's property, the superstition being that the dead might come back and look for their property. On that particular night, I spent the night on the couch in the living room. My buddy was sleeping on the floor next to me. I could not fall asleep, but heard my buddy snoring loudly. Therefore, I knew he was in a deep sleep and did not witness the events soon to follow. As I'm slowly drifting off to sleep, I heard the closet door, located about a car length from my feet, slowly open. I knew it opened because it made this creaking noise from when the door swings on its hinges. At that point, I became fully alert, but I kept my eyes closed. I could hear my heart beating out of my chest. I was laying on my back and faced the ceiling. I slightly opened my eyes, glanced toward the closet. It was a full moon, so the living room was well lit. That's when I saw it, a black shadow coming towards me from inside the open closet. It had the silhouette of a man and stood approximately 7 feet tall, 2 feet wide. It crept towards me, and I was so scared I just closed my eyes, froze in place. I felt paralyzed, and I was on the verge of shitting and pissing myself. I kept my eyes closed, remained still for what felt like 5 minutes. Then the second half, and most scary, of the paranormal bullshit began. The blanket I'd have draped over my body slowly began pulling off my body. I could feel parts of my upper torso getting cold as the blanket pulled away from my skin towards my feet. I felt each hair on my skin stand because it was so cold. As the blanket continued pulling away and got closer to my feet, I whispered my buddy's name multiple times, repeating, "Dennis, Dennis, wake the fuck up. Something's going on in here." Dennis eventually stopped snoring and said, "What the fuck, man? I'm trying to sleep." After that, all the paranormal stuff stopped. I wrapped multiple blankets around me and slept in the prone position for the remainder of the night. I never had a more scary paranormal experience. I also have not been back to my buddy's farm since the incident. Sometimes weird things happen, and they just can't be explained. That night still bothers me to this day. I think the event took place sometime shortly after midnight. I thought the couch I was sleeping on was my buddy's, but later discovered it was part of the property that was left behind from the previous owner. I think her late husband came back from the dead to reclaim his couch. I'm a 32-year-old male who's been deeply interested and affected by the paranormal. I've always gotten weird vibes in certain places, and I've always seen shadow people from the corner of my eye. As a child, it used to feel like someone or something watched while I slept. I'd beg my parents to let me sleep in their room, but they always said no, and I'd have to return to my room, terrified. Every night I dreamed of being chased by a monster until I just stopped running, let myself get killed. Then I suddenly jerked awake. The only time I ever slept peacefully was when we got a gray kitten. I feel like he protected me. The bad dreams went away entirely during the year we had him. I turned 30 in 2021, and I was the opening manager at a Neapolitan pizza shop next to a GameStop. Every day I arrived at 7 a.m., started the dough, and got the wood fire oven hot, and I always heard weird things. Pots and pans would clang together, spatulas fell to the ground, doors would open, lights turning on and off, and when I approached the switch, it stopped. No one else arrived until 10, so I was always creeped out. I usually blasted my music in an attempt to dull the fear. One day I arrived at the usual time, noticed a deposit bag lying in the middle of the kitchen. It was too far away from the door to have been tossed inside by a good Samaritan, so I assumed the closing manager had slipped up. I opened the bag and saw a deposit for $1,500 in cash with a GameStop receipt on it. It weirded me out, but I shrugged it off. Waited for the GameStop employees to arrive so I could return the bag. When the manager arrived, I walked next door and presented him with the bag. I'll never forget the way he looked at me. He was half confused and half suspicious, as if I'd stolen the bag or something. He wanted to know how I got the bag. I said I found it in the middle of the kitchen. He'd closed the night before, so he was even more confused than ever. He distinctly remembered putting the deposit in the safe and locking up the store. I assured him I wouldn't be returning the bag if I had stolen it, and he asked if I ever heard sounds or saw weird things. I told him our store was haunted as hell. Apparently, he had experienced the same things rather frequently. And this is where it gets really weird. GameStop always has PlayStations and Xboxes inside some sort of plastic container, but because of COVID, the Sony technicians hadn't been to the store for a year and a half. The manager said that they didn't have keys to the container, so he couldn't open it to change games. There was a thick layer of dust on top of the PlayStation, with a toddler's handprint right in the middle. I was spooked. He thought I was a child's ghost haunting our stores, and he never believed in the paranormal before these experiences. He was a scientific type guy, but that all changed after working there for a few years. His whole worldview shifted after seeing that handprint. When I was 3, my mom and I followed my dad to Oregon from San Fernando Valley in California. My dad transferred to Oregon City to open a new Home Depot. This was in 1997, so it was an even smaller city back then, and we lived out in the sticks, as my mom called it. The house was beautiful, though. It was situated in a solitary little clearing with a long gravel driveway through the trees. Our dining room doors opened up to a big lawn on a hill, and the front entry led to the finished basement downstairs, or the main house upstairs. In the main house's hallway, my room was the first door on the right, and my parents' room was the last on the left. The first couple incidents aren't too weird. I'd ask my dad to close the blinds so the monsters couldn't see me, even though we were on the second floor. And I'd run to my parents in pure terror almost every night. Maybe this is just a child adjusting to a new environment, but I don't know. I have such vivid memories of my panic as I ran down that hallway. So I'll tell these next two in chronological order. For the first one, my aunt said that she came to visit me when she was 13 and I was 4. My room was weird. My closet had 2 giant rolling mirrors for doors, and they took up half of the wall next to my bed. The bedroom door was opposite of my bed, and I had a wooden rocking chair in the far corner. My bed was against a wall, and my aunt was sleeping on the inside while I was on the outside. She woke up to see that I was awake, staring at the rocking chair, because it was rocking. She asked what was going on. I said that there was a lady in the chair. She asked what the lady wanted. I told my aunt that she wanted to read me a story. My aunt said to let her, and she said I gave her the biggest, what the fuck look she'd ever seen. Then she said that there was nothing we could do, roll over and pass out. I personally don't remember the experience, but I vividly remember this next one, which happened a couple of weeks later. After my aunt left, I missed her terribly, and I ran to my parents' room, where I sat on the bed and stared at the door, like I was waiting for something. Then, suddenly, a rainbow-colored woman walked in. She and her dress were shimmery, multicolored, but almost muted. She sat at the foot of the bed, leaned towards me, saying that I would be okay, that my aunt would eventually come back. Then she left. That's the end of the memory. I also used to dream that I'd be looking at my body from above and suddenly fall into it. When I'd instantly wake up, the whole bed would be shaking, like I'd just jumped on it. Thanks for reading. Much love to you all, and please, let me know what you think about the woman. I've been thinking about her for the last 25 years. For a little backstory, I live in a small southern city with a history dating back to the Civil War. The apartment building I call home and have called home for almost 4 years now was built in 1936 to be apartments, instead of existing as a house first, only to be then converted into apartments. The walls and floors of this place are tremendously paper thin, as I can hear my downstairs neighbor's TV and my downstairs neighbor's if she's talking loud enough. There's squirrels in the walls that I can hear scrambling from time to time, and I can hear every time the front door opens and shuts, generally because people slam it. I say all this to say, yes, I know there's additional, rational, logical explanations for all sorts of things. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for the heavy footsteps I sometimes hear in my downstairs neighbor's apartment, which sounds like she's put the heaviest pair of hiking boots on, which I'd be surprised if she owns, and then paces, doing her best to stomp heavily with every step. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for the knocking I'll hear sometimes on the bathroom wall, which sounds very much like my other neighbor is racking his knuckles against his side of the wall. I'm even sure there's a logical explanation for the shadow of an arm I saw in my dark kitchen once and only back in 2020. I was staring at it from the living room. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for any and all little creepy things that have happened while I've lived here. I can find no explanation for this next part. This was about a week ago. I was about to go to sleep, sitting on the couch. I sleep on my couch because the living room is the only room I can somewhat climate control, be it through heater or fans. I was playing some solitaire to sort of relax. It was a particularly noisy evening that night. The train was whistling and groaning as it made its way down the tracks. The squirrels were scrabbling in the walls, and I could hear my neighbors moving around. In truth, I was a little unnerved by all the noise. But then, in the midst of everything else, I hear it. Uh-oh. It was a small voice, toneless, either a young woman or a child. It wasn't muffled. Didn't sound like it was coming from the TV or from one of the neighbors. It sounded like it was coming from the kitchen or my bedroom. I stopped, paralyzed, listening, and hear nothing. Ever since then, I've heard nothing else, and no explanation for it. There's no grand ghost story attached to this place. The only thing that comes close, a half-remembered story from the old landlord about some little girl going missing here at some point. Even he hadn't heard about it himself. He'd only heard about it from a woman doing research for a ghost walk. It could be nothing, and I probably won't ever hear anything else, just like the Civil War nurse at my college. But I know what I heard. I know what it wasn't, even if I don't know what it was. That's what counts, right? I need you to hear me out because I promise you, what I experienced in that old library in Massachusetts, it was not a figment of my imagination. I'd heard whispers about paranormal activity from within the walls, but chose to brush them off. I kind of regret that choice now. One evening, with the library held hostage by a roaring thunderstorm, I found myself alone in the furthest corner, poring over books in a language I couldn't decipher. Suddenly, a chill crept up my spine as the hairs on the back of my neck stiffened. Out of nowhere, I sensed a presence behind me. Still disbelieving, I turned, expecting to find a colleague playing a prank. But as I turned, I was met with an ethereal figure, floating inches above the ground. It was a woman, dressed in old-fashioned attire, her eyes hollow, her facial features distorted in silent agony. I bolted from the room, unable to catch my breath as I clawed my way down the hallway. I heard the woman's anguished wail following me. Now I know you might respond with skepticism, but I've shared this story because I understand the dangers of dismissing such experiences. Believe me, that haunted Massachusetts library has a dark history not to be ignored. These are some of the experiences I had while working in a haunted house type place one October in my hometown. First thing I want to make clear, this building was super old. From what I can tell and find on the internet, it was built in 1916 and was originally a hotel. It had gone through several different owners throughout the years and was at one point a hospital, at another point an apartment building. It stood abandoned for a long time, but every few years, someone would try to raise money to do something with the building. Eventually, the local high school drama teacher bought it, turned it into a haunted house experience. I was brought in one year as a substitute actor, but ended up with an actual position because the girl who was working in my room refused to work in there alone. For a while, she tried to stop people from telling me why. But eventually I learned that she was standing in the shower in the room, hiding alone. Something or someone scratched her back pretty bad. She still worked there, but she refused to be alone. The first thing that I noticed about the room was it had a very bad vibe. I hated being there alone every night because the room just felt off. The second thing I noticed about the room was the rocking horse in the corner of the room. It was strung up so that it would be hanging in the corner of the room, and it would just rock all the time. It wasn't like I was pushing it all the time or like there was a particularly strong breeze. It just rocked a lot. The next thing I noticed was that there was a super loud sound of running water behind me all the time. The pipes in the building didn't work at all, so water shouldn't have been going through them. It also wasn't raining or anything. I never figured out what that sound was. The other thing that happened a lot in that building was our technology stopped working a lot. Our lights and sounds that we were using would randomly stop all of the time. But it wasn't like it was a total power outage or anything. It was just our strobe lights and our speakers. There were also a couple of nights where I would take my phone out of the box that all the actors put their phones in, and my phone would go all wacky. It's been years at this point, so I don't remember all the details, but when I turned my phone on, it was some sort of black-blue screen with colored or white text that covered the entire screen. I was able to fix it, but it was weird that it only ever happened there. That's all I remember at the time. But if anyone has questions, I'm willing to answer them. I was a single mom of 3. I bought an old house that was big enough but cheap enough for all of us to have our own rooms. Mine was the only bedroom downstairs. I'd gotten the kids all in bed, finally, one night and came downstairs to go to bed. A nightly ritual for me was to take all of my silver rings off, put them on my nightstand. I wore about 6 rings, all sentimental. So I take off my rings, put them down by my lamp, turn to the bed to remove all the pillows and bedspread and grab my pajamas. I turn back to the nightstand, and all 6 of my silver rings were sitting up on their edge. Not laying down, all lined up in a perfect row. I thought, how in the world did I do that? So I picked them up and just tried to randomly make it happen again. Nope. And again. And nope. It was impossible to casually make them stand up, lined up. I then purposely sat them on their edge, which was a very big balance challenge. They kept falling over, knocking over the others. How and who could have done it? Ever since I was a baby, I saw ghosts. My parents and I lived in a small house in Arizona. My mom would hear and see small children that weren't really there. She would see a tall black figure and a deformed woman. She told me stories about the children, how they would stand and watch her sleep. None of my other sisters experienced anything except my older sister. She would have to sleep with my parents because the boy in the corner was scaring her. My mom remembers one night when I went into their bathroom and was whispering to someone. My mom heard something mumble, and I responded, "I can't reach. I can't see you." There was a window, and it was on the second story. My mom got up and quietly listened and heard something say something along the lines of, "Step up on the sink." She ran in and saw the figure on the wall disappear. She would see the figure watch me when I was a baby. She would see me playing with the children. This continued until we moved out. We lived without seeing anything like that for about a year. After my parents divorced, I moved into an apartment with my dad and remember seeing the figure again. I was around 6 or 7. One night I remember being woken up because I was sleepwalking. My dad heard me mumbling to something, and then something jiggled the lock on the front door. He said I unlocked it and walked out. We lived on the second floor, and the only thing on the outside was a small fence and the stairs. He had to grab me because I was starting to climb the small fence. After that, he put another lock on the door, one I wasn't able to reach. I've always remembered seeing things that my sisters don't, and my mom was the only one who did. During the time in the house before my parents split, my mom would try to protect the house. She put special pouches in our rooms that we weren't supposed to touch. She'd burn candles and had a psychic come into the house and check. And after the divorce, she did the same thing at her apartment, while my dad didn't because he didn't believe her. My mom also went to a different psychic when I was still living in the first house, and before my mom ever said anything about the ghosts and figures, the lady told her to watch me closer. She described me perfectly, told my mom that they were communicating with me, that they wanted something from me, and to watch that tall, black figure the most. When I was in my early teens, I believe I was followed by the spirit of a young girl. I believe she inhabited one of my porcelain dolls my grandmother had given me. Often I'd see her in my dreams or feel her presence. I can't really explain it, but I feel like she may have been the ghost in this story. My parents used to live in a big 3-story house that had an old built-in intercom. There were speakers in every room of the house, minus bathrooms. And even though it was old, we still liked playing around with it every now and then. You'd have to have the speaker turned on and turn the volume all the way up, usually, to hear anything at all. You also had to physically push the button to speak into it. Once in a while, the intercom would come on by itself and play something on the radio. I found this spooky, but my mom brushed it off as the past owner having set an alarm via the intercom, so the radio would come on at certain times. We didn't know how to reprogram it, as hard as my stepdad tried. My parents were tired of often getting woken up at 3 a.m. by the radio randomly coming on through the intercom in their room. So we decided to just not use it anymore, turned off all the intercoms, with the volume all the way down just as an extra measure. One night I was chatting online with my friends on the computer, and I hadn't noticed the time was around 3 a.m. Suddenly, the intercom came on in my room at full blast. It was horribly loud static coming through. I jumped up to shut it off, but as I reached for the volume dial, I saw it was already at 0. I didn't know how to make the noise stop. Then, through the static, I faintly heard what sounded like someone breathing, and then I heard the voice of a little girl. She said, "When will you come to your senses?" And then, just as fast as it had come on, the intercom shut off. Silence. I was frozen with fear. Being a teen, I jumped back on the computer to tell my friends what had just happened, and they said, "Get out of that house." I had to go tell my parents. The hallway was pitch black, and I had to go all the way down a big staircase in the dark to their room. I held my breath and flung my door open, sprinted down the stairs, crying from how scared I was. I banged loudly on my parents' door and heard my mom yelp. She opened the door and I ran in to tell them what had happened. They were more upset that I woke them up. My mom told me it was probably just a commercial on the radio or something. I mentioned how my intercom had been turned off with the volume turned down to 0, and also what kind of commercial would say something like that. Seeing as it was so late, she didn't feel like trying to rationalize it. I was sent back up to bed. And if you guessed I didn't sleep that night, you'd be correct. So, backstory. When I was young, maybe around 14, I was obsessed with ghosts. I'd research about them, watch shows about them, just had all of this curiosity all over. Within a few months, I started hearing noises, having disturbing dreams. I'd constantly hear footsteps when I was alone, and things like falling off the walls or doors slamming. I'd constantly have sleep paralysis dreams, but never saw anything. Not yet. Finally, one day, I woke up around 3 a.m. The energy in the room, it was off. Like someone was around watching me. It's the middle of winter in Illinois. The moon was out and it was snowing outside, so the moonlight was shining through my window. I finally muster up the courage to look over my covers, and 3 feet away from me is this solid black figure. It was like 7 feet tall, kind of looked like a person with a draped blanket covering it. The texture was also very rough. It nearly gave me a heart attack, so I put my covers over my head and fell back asleep. I woke up in the morning and thought maybe I was dreaming. Later in the day, I start telling my sister about it while sitting in my room, and then all of the lights in my room shut off. So we all get up and leave and start screaming. Later that night, I go to bed, and then I wake up around the same time. Before I open my eyes, I can tell I'm not facing the wall. I slowly open my eyes, and that same figure is standing a foot away from me. I go back under the covers for a few minutes, and then double-check to make sure I'm not dreaming. It's still there. I end up telling my mom, and she sages the house, and that was the end of that. Present day, I just moved into a new apartment, my first time living alone. I just can't stop thinking about this creepy-ass face in my mind. Just imagine, like a girl from The Grudge, my closet is giving me weird vibes. I'm just really afraid if I keep thinking about it, the same thing will end up happening. Except this time there's no one else living with me or here to help. I should probably go to sleep soon. I'm just too scared to turn off the lights. I think I might sleep with the window open, just to hear the outside noises. Any advice? Does thinking about this type of stuff invite it into your home? Ever since I created a post about my toxic ex and paranormal experience, my mood immensely improved. I feel 100 pounds lighter. It's only been a day since I created my first post, yet I feel so much better knowing that someone may have read what I've been through in the past. Still, there's a few things I failed to mention. My parents persuaded me, more like forced me, to move to a different town and study at a different university because they worried about me being with my toxic boyfriend at the time. My mother and I were looking for an apartment or a room for me to rent. We stayed in this town looking for a place to rent for 2 weeks. We'd almost given up hope walking around town when my mother suddenly saw an old lady hanging a sign in the front of a door. It said, "For rent." My mother immediately walked towards the old lady who turned out to be the owner of the place. She invited us to see the house. When I walked in there, something felt off. I immediately whispered into my mother's ear that it looked like a witch's house. That's the first thought that popped into my mind. I really didn't like the place. The old lady told us that a young couple stayed there for years, but they had to leave because the girl's father had passed away the day before. Their furniture was still there, and we did meet them because they were moving the very same day that my mother spoke to the owner. It all happened very fast for the couple, but for us as well. I moved in there after 2 or 3 days. The house was so awkwardly built, and I was so scared to live in there that I had the lights on the whole time when it was nighttime. It had a long staircase that led to a hallway. On one side, there was a door leading to the kitchen. On the other side, there was another door leading to the bedroom. In the middle of the hallway, there was a third door leading to the bathroom. I hesitate bringing up the small attic above the bathroom because I never even dared to look inside. It was located above the bathroom ceiling, like a small storage room, but it was big enough for someone to climb in. Of course, I never did it. The first night, I left my bedroom door open. Big mistake. I dreamed that I was walking across the hallway and it was dark. All 3 doors opened. I passed the bathroom door and I saw 2 bright yellow eyes staring at me. I immediately ran into the bedroom. I threw myself on the bed and the dark figure wrapped one hand around my neck and started choking me. I forced myself awake, but as I was waking up, I started coughing. My neck felt hurt like I was choking in real life. In fact, I'm not even sure if I was dreaming this whole time because the figure dissolved, but the eyes stayed for a while. I immediately shut the door, locked it, switched the lights on, threw a blanket over my head. I started to pray until I fell asleep. I'm someone who knows when I'm dreaming and when I'm not. I'm always aware of the dreaming me whenever I'm having a good dream or a bad dream. I feel like I was not really dreaming. I lived there for almost 4 years. I was always afraid of nighttime. I locked the doors. I always kept the lights on. Things got better when I broke up with my toxic ex and I found a new boyfriend. I felt protected, no presence around when he was near. He stayed in my house almost every night and I was happy. What's also really strange is that a white cat that had one green eye and one blue eye would climb onto the tree near my window. It would get into my house whenever I left the window open. I didn't have any paranormal activity because of it, though. I don't know if it helped me or if it didn't, but as odd as I found this incident to be, I didn't feel threatened by the cat. My parents visited me. When they did, I told my father, and he was alarmed. He started looking for the cat. It never showed up again. I only saw the cat once on my house's rooftop and a few times near my house. My sister and one of my sister's friends did report paranormal activity when they stayed over at my house. They told me the door flew open one night, and the strange thing is that they had it locked. What's even stranger is I've dreamed of that particular door flying open. It's almost like I knew the house would do that, even when I wasn't there. I wanted to share an experience that happened in my home last Thanksgiving. For the last 20 years, I've been living in an octagon house. It was built in 1855. I've experienced many things over the years. The last major event happened as my family and I sat down for Thanksgiving dinner at 4. Shortly after everyone was seated, I clearly heard footsteps on the second floor, directly above the kitchen. The steps continued across the room, then down the stairs, directly outside the open kitchen doorway. Then they began coming towards me from behind, but it all happened so fast that I didn't even look back. I could actually feel the thumping on the floorboards as the footsteps approached. Before I could say anything, my youngest daughter looked under the table, accused me of making the noise. I firmly denied this, confirmed she was hearing and feeling the same thing too. It was very creepy. And it was also strange that my younger daughter was the only other one to experience it. My other daughter and wife didn't have a clue what we were talking about. That's how it is with all the weird stuff in our house. I guess we're more sensitive to these things than they are. Yet another creepy occurrence in my octagon home, built circa 1855. This time, my daughter was sleeping in our family room on our pull-out couch. It was 2:30 a.m. I woke up needing to go to the bathroom, which is off the family room. As I was in the bathroom, I heard my daughter jump out of bed, hurry, and run into the bedroom where my wife was. She was terrified, said that she had a bad dream. She quickly fell asleep in my room, and I returned from the bathroom. As I was getting ready to fall back asleep, my dog was going crazy and snorting like she was warning someone or something to stay away, or I see you. I got out of bed, went back into the family room where my daughter was sleeping, found my dog on the bed, looking at the corner of the room like it was interacting with something. I told her to quiet down. She followed me into my room and went to sleep on the floor, only after walking back and forth to the family room a few more times. In the morning, I asked my daughter what scared her so much. She said that she had a scary dream that there were ghosts in the room. I was talking about the dog going crazy, about something in the corner of the room. My daughter said that that's where someone was standing in her dream. This, by the way, is the same room where I saw a shadow person separately at night. I never told her about my experience as to not scare her, but I don't like sleeping in that room, and I always have a light on, even at night. We moved into my current house in 2018, and since then, weird things have been happening, especially to me. The summer I moved in, one night around 2 a.m., I was going to my kitchen to get a drink. I was walking down the stairs when I saw a group of people. I can't quite describe their faces because they were vague and it's dark, but they're around my table in the dining room. By the time I realized what I was seeing, they disappeared. In 2019, this time I was alone at home. I didn't have my dog yet, but I had my cat. I heard footsteps upstairs. I was in the living room. It was littler noises, small steps. So to be sure it wasn't my cat, I looked around me. Sure enough, he happened to be next to me on the couch. So, who was walking upstairs? After 30 minutes, I had the courage to go check. With a knife from the kitchen, of course. You never know. And in the end, nothing to explain it. Windows closed. Nothing moved. It was as if there was no one there, but I'm sure that's not the case. In 2020, I now have a dog. The first time I noticed this, it was dark. My sister and I were eating when all of a sudden my dog started barking, staring at the garden, as if to scare something or someone. I looked at my garden, and there was absolutely nothing. It's surely explainable, but personally, I didn't find anything. Each time, I never did. Fast forward to 2021. I never slept on my side, as I wasn't fond of not seeing what was behind me. Until one evening, I found myself facing the wall, lying on my side, without knowing what was behind me. I sort of woke up. I had that feeling that I've never had before. I was sure and certain that something was behind me. I could feel it. At that moment, all I wanted to do was scream. I was sure, though, if I did, something bad was going to happen to me. To be sure that I didn't have sleep paralysis, I tried to move my fingers, my legs, my feet. I managed to do all of that without any worries. And all of a sudden, I felt someone pushing me gently, so that instead of being on my ribs, I found myself on my stomach. I managed to prevent this thing from pushing me further. I don't know how, but I know that as soon as I did that, I fell asleep. It was from that moment that things got worse, penetrating my dreams for sure. In the summer of 2022, I was on vacation in Spain. During that vacation at night, I was not very calm. I had the impression that whatever was at home had followed me there too. appearing in my dreams as different things. Maybe they were just nightmares, but it all seemed connected. Those dreams continued. In February 2023, I woke up one morning with a huge scratch that suddenly appeared during my sleep. The mark was quite long. The scratch itself stung very much. A few days later, I had a red streak right across the same area of the scratch, again during my sleep. And again, a few days later, I woke up with a red line across my nose, which happened while I was sleeping. March 2023, I was in my bathroom. It was dark, around 12 a.m. I heard someone knock on the door 6 or 7 times before I replied that it was busy. Right after my answer, it stopped. When I came out, I thought it was my dad, so I went to his room before I saw that he was sleeping. My mom, too, so it wasn't them. My sister was also sleeping. My brother was at university, so I was the only one awake. So who could have knocked? 2023, at the end of April, exactly 2 days ago, I left to eat with friends around 12:40, returned at 6 p.m. As soon as I got back, the atmosphere changed. I felt uncomfortable, a feeling of fear without knowing why. As soon as I got home, I instantly noticed that my animals were behaving strangely. I went to my room to look for something, immediately realized something was wrong in there. Turns out the color of the LEDs had changed, which can't happen on its own unless somebody decides to do it. Going back down to my living room, I saw my animals were only staring at points near me, like protecting me or seeing something potentially dangerous that I can't see. Everywhere I go, my cat follows me, watching a different place right next to me. In the living room, sitting on the couch, both stare at a spot right next to me. Side of my couch, 2 meters away from me. From the dining room, they fixate on the kitchen and the cellar door. It was as if something was following me wherever I went, and my animals were following it. I really started to feel bad and scared when I saw that my cat, who basically doesn't like to stick around people, was following me everywhere. I was going to the toilet, he was coming. Absolutely anywhere and everywhere. My dog sat for 10 minutes staring at a particular spot, which is my kitchen, darkened by the evening. My cat staring at a particular spot right next to me. As soon as my parents got home, they stopped. I felt better. But the oddities, they won't stop. Eight years ago, I was a field technician for one of America's largest cellular carriers. Part of my job was being on call after hours for 1 week a month. And this year, that included a call on Halloween night. As is often the case, it happened just as I was getting ready for bed at midnight. I told my wife that the only place I wouldn't want to go was a particular old church, built in the 1820s. It was an old, wooden, colonial New England church that had at least one grave inside the chapel which belonged to the original minister. Our cellular equipment was located in a small room inside the steeple, just below the bell, and it was locked with a combination that only our employees knew. Obviously, that's where I had to go. There was a radio down, and they wanted me there fast. To put it into perspective, there were about 2,000 cell sites that I was on call for, but I had to go to the old church. My heart dropped as I asked what they thought the issue was, but they'd never seen this happen with someone on site. The radio had set itself into local mode, which is a function that can only be done by pushing a physical button on location. It's not possible via remote access. I calmly said that I would take care of it and hung up. Needless to say, I stayed in bed, waited an hour, and called back to inform them the key was missing. I told them the issue would need to be fixed in the morning. There was no way I was going out there to see who or what tampered with the equipment. Sure enough, in the morning, the radio was on. All I had to do was push the button to take it out of local mode. Just got back from visiting Gettysburg in Pennsylvania. Stayed at the Best Western next to Cemetery Ridge. My room actually looked out onto the ridge. On the first night, I woke up at 5 a.m., looked out the window at the hill. It was a clear night without a moon, so the hill was completely dark. All I could see was the outline of the ridge. I stared at the ridge tree line for about 2 minutes, not knowing what I was looking for and just thinking about the battle there. For some reason, I started thinking about, what if I saw a ghost or an orb? And at that very moment, a bright, round, white ball of light came on in the tree line at the ridge of the hill. It didn't look like a flashlight, since it didn't have a beam or variate in any way that it moved. It was about the size of a softball, I imagine, since I was about 150 yards away. It started moving right to left along the tree line, and then sped off across the hill towards the Angel, if you know that location on Cemetery Ridge. The whole thing lasted about 45 seconds, and as it was happening, I wanted to run over and grab my phone to take pictures or video, but I didn't want to miss anything. I was also trying to figure out what it was. Once it was gone, there was nothing, nobody on the ridge, from what I could see. So I got my phone and recorded about 10 minutes while watching for it to come back. Unfortunately, nothing appeared, and the daylight was starting to break, so I could start making out the actual trees, the few statues and monuments on the ridge. Needless to say, I couldn't get back to sleep. I just wanted to add that the movement of the light from right to left, it was erratic, and when it sped off, it was extremely fast, and it left a trace of light behind it. In my opinion, nobody could have run that fast, and there's no indication of motorcycles, bikes, or a car. I've owned my house for about 18 years, and I've recently experienced some things that I can't explain. I'm not a person who necessarily believes in ghosts, so I'm not jumping to any conclusions or trying to sell the house just yet. 6 months ago, my wife and I were having issues with our 10-year-old daughter not sleeping in her bed. Every night, she would run into our room and climb into bed with us. One night, she ran in and took up all the room and the blankets, so I got up and I slept in her bed. By 3, I was sleeping on my side and facing the bedroom door when I opened my eyes. Right in front of me was a dark shadow of a short person or child, and it was looking at me. It has no features at all. It was just a black, cloudy form. I didn't move or blink for several seconds until it simply faded away. Surprisingly, I didn't jump out of bed or anything like that. Instead, I rolled onto my back and wondered if I'd really just seen that. After laying there for a couple of minutes, I finally started getting scared and returned to my own bedroom, where I eventually went back to sleep. That morning, I told my wife, but didn't want to scare our daughter. I've since tried to write this off as sleep paralysis, but deep down, I know I was awake. Then, last week, my family and I were out for dinner and the subject of ghosts came up. I asked my daughter if she'd ever experienced anything she couldn't explain, and she said that she once woke up to see a shadow girl floating near her door. I still didn't tell her what I saw, but my wife and I locked eyes. And then she said that we were both crazy. There have been other things happening with our electronics, like phones randomly playing videos in the middle of the night, the TV changing channels. But thankfully, no more shadow people. My dog has also been barking and growling at things in adjacent rooms when nobody's in there. When I was 8, my family and I took a beach vacation, staying in a condo with 20 floors, our condo being on the top floor. One evening while we were there, I was in the elevator on the way back up from the beach to have dinner, when suddenly the elevator stopped on the 13th floor. Even though the 13th floor button hadn't been pushed. Yes, this building actually had a 13th floor and didn't skip it to 14 like most. When the elevator stopped on the 13th floor, the door flung open to reveal total darkness. No light at all, even though the floors were supposed to be lit at night. While the elevator stopped on this floor, I heard eerie noises. After a minute, the door closed quickly. The elevator proceeded to the 20th floor, where my family was waiting. I'm a 30-year-old male. I live with my friend, 29-year-old male. Both of us have seen a girl in the house. She's small, dressed normally, not the stereotypical ghost girl. Why is it scary? Because we live alone. We've asked our neighbors. None of them has a daughter or knows anyone who meets the description. It's a big, old house, so we never associated strange noises with anything paranormal. First sighting, I was alone at home. I was getting out of the shower, and in front of the bathroom is my friend's room. There, I saw her standing, looking at a shelf where my roomie keeps his books. I didn't say anything to my friend. He was away visiting family. I must admit that I spent that night at my parents' house. Second sighting. I was in the kitchen when I heard something break in the living room. I thought it was my friend's cat. When I came around to check, I saw the girl standing, staring at me. Nothing was broken. I ran out of the house. Didn't return till the next day. Again, I didn't tell my friend. Third sighting was my friend's. I was on a trip. My friend called me. He was upset. He told me that he saw a girl in the living room, just sitting on the couch. I asked him to describe her to me. She was the same girl that I'd seen. Since then, we've seen it on many occasions. She does nothing. She doesn't disturb us, but it's there. Sightings are quick. There's no time to interact. The child always wears the same clothes, does not look neglected or unattended. We've set up a few cameras, but we've never caught anything. What do you think? We don't feel like we're being watched at night. Things don't move, and there's no strange noises that can't be related to an old house. I've got a little admission of guilt, and in probably 15 years, someone will write a story about this and say, of course the adults didn't believe me. I get it now. I'm 30, no kids of my own, but I teach kindergarten and have a bachelor's in early childhood education. Currently, I've been a long-term substitute for a classroom in the inner city. Since March, I've been taking the train down to the smallest, shittiest brick structure I've ever walked in. There's a genuine stress in the back of my mind every day that the ceiling will collapse while I'm teaching. There's 2 weeks until summer, and I cannot wait to be out of there. But I digress. Last Friday was show and tell day. All the students brought something from home to participate. In the morning, I'm standing just inside the main doors of the school, greeting the children as they enter. One student, we'll call Tim, was walking into the school. In his hands was a big, beautiful rosary, hundreds of blue prayer beads decorating the cord. The moment Tim steps foot through the doorway, I see his rosary get yanked out of his grip. The pole snaps the knotted ropes and makes Tim stumble off balance. Falling to the ground, as the cross and all of the prayer beads bounce and scatter across the cracked hardwood floor. A couple just feet in front of him. Tim instantly starts crying. I hustle to help him up and dust him off, but he's inconsolable, shrieking in pain and terror. A few seconds later, his mom runs in and sweeps him up. She'd seen him fall from the parking lot, but obviously didn't see what I saw. It scared the absolute shit out of me. But when Tim's mom asks what happened, I look at Tim, back at her. I say, "I don't know, Paula. I think he tripped over the doorframe." Tim screams about a rain cloud man grabbing Abuela's cross. Paula looks confused and kinda chuckles about his claim. I match her response, but inside I'm squirming. I saw that rosary get pulled out of his hands. I didn't see by what, but I definitely witnessed something I couldn't explain, and so I didn't. I told Tim, "It's a sunny day outside." Keeping my stone-faced smile, I reassured Paula the rosary must have gotten caught on the metal doorframe when he entered. She was heartbroken about the rosary. It belonged to her mother. Tim wouldn't settle down. Paula was already fighting to hold back tears, so she just took him home that day. By first recess, the janitor had already cleaned the beads and the cross from the entry hallway. If I could have responded the way I originally wanted, I would have right then and there, next to Tim, been crying. But I couldn't. I had to be the adult. That wasn't the last occurrence where I had to keep a strong upper lip or roll my eyes when a student approached me, telling me they didn't like it when the people stand outside the classroom windows. They look in, make scary, twisting faces at them through the glass. I can't see them, but once on a rainy indoor recess, 2 different children playing in different areas of the classroom, they walked up to me at separate times, describing a smoky figure hanging upside down outside the window. When I first started working here, my classroom phone would randomly ring. The caller ID would have my classroom's extension displayed. When I'd pick up the phone off the receiver, the line would be filled with static. Closed curtains have slid open while we've been reading a story during circle time. Every time I do my best not to react, I smile, try to think of an excuse for the children so they don't get scared. But this is getting to be too much. Again, the only reason I'm sticking this out is because we have 2 weeks left. I can survive 2 weeks. I've survived 4 months. I can do this. If I'd been hired full-time here, I'd be quitting and looking for a new job this summer. Thankfully, I'll be teaching summer school at a much newer school on the other side of town. Longer train ride, but well worth it. The principal here asked me if I wanted to do summer school here, and I was like, no fucking way. I didn't say that, but I thought it. In actuality, my response was a bit more polite. Recently, my partner, who's a skeptic, and I have noticed an increase in unusual activity in our home. Our animals seem to notice and/or see things that we cannot. I have hours of footage of orbs in our living room, some of which the cats appear to chase or play with. Typically, activity will begin when it gets dark and continues well into the morning. Interestingly, my former cat scratching post is at the end of the buffet under the television in the living room, which is also the location our current cats seem to be interested in. This particular video is of interest to me and most intriguing because there are no females in this home. No phone calls were made at this time, and the animals appear to hear it but don't seem afraid. Any thoughts? So to start, I'm a firm skeptic to the paranormal. I'd never had an experience until last year. I'm 25 years old and I had to move into my grandma's old abandoned house because of personal reasons I don't want to get into. To give you an image of the house, it is a standard 2-story with an attic full of spiders, a basement with a door that doesn't lock to the outside deck. The house has old blue peeling paint due to neglect, old small square windows, one in each bedroom. I slept in the bedroom that my sister used to sleep in because my grandfather died years ago in his room of congestive heart failure. And it just gave me the creeps sleeping in a room where someone had died. Well, one night I'm laying in bed when I clearly hear what sounds like a grown man of reasonable size walking up the noisy wooden steps that lead into the living room. I assume someone broke in because, as I said before, the basement door doesn't lock and anyone could break in. I start to sweat and adrenaline kicks in. I grab my grandfather's old hunting knife. As soon as it sounded like the man hit the top step, I kicked open the door, ready to kill whoever was on the other side of the door. Nobody was there. I couldn't believe what I just experienced. No, that isn't possible. I felt relieved because it wasn't a person, but so lost as to how that was possible. My mother claims it to be my grandfather. I've heard the steps again, but spiritual incense and a prayer was done at the house, and I never heard the footsteps after that. What do you think? When my daughter was almost 3, she was in her new bed on the opposite side of the room that she and her little brother, my son, had shared. She asked me where the other mommy was. I was confused. She hadn't been in daycare since she was 6 months old. Wasn't in any sort of program, and I was a stay-at-home mom. I asked her what she was talking about. She said that sometimes she sees her other mommy, and hands come out of the wall. She said the hands were scary. She didn't like the hands. She didn't seem frightened of the other mommy. I didn't press, just let it go. Told her goodnight. I mean, she wasn't even 3 yet. Didn't watch TV and mostly just played with toys and went to the parks occasionally. That was the extent of her world thus far. Talk of the other mommy went on for about 6 months, but the hands talk went on for another year. She hated the wall that her bed was against. She talked about the scary hands coming out of her wall at least twice a week, but she never felt scared enough to not go to sleep or try to not sleep in her room as long as her brother was in there. I've had 2 experiences in the apartment as well, with my bedroom door that was closed with a clothes rack hanging on it, violently shaking for about 3 seconds one morning. I thought my husband had come home, but no one was there. My kids were in their rooms sleeping. They had a safety thing on the back doorknob. There's no way that one of them could have done it, and I had no pets. Another incident occurred when my family woke up to our front door being wide open. We never used the front door, and it stayed locked. We only used our garage. Nothing was stolen or out of place. It's a safe, quiet area in a suburb. Anyway, we moved soon after, and the hand talk was gone. She never really went into detail about any of it. I don't think she knew how to describe what was going on, and I didn't press. Any ideas on this one? Every summer, I go through all of my junk and make a trip to Goodwill. While I'm there, I like to browse for hidden treasure. And so long as I take home less than what I brought in, I'm technically still winning. During my last visit, I discovered an antique doll that looks like a horror movie prop. Her brown hair is in ragged pigtails, her yellow sundress faded, and she smells like mothballs, but her blue eyes are wide and shiny, as if brand new. It really felt like she could see you. Upon returning home, I put her on the mantle and thoroughly enjoyed my friend's reaction that evening. After we shared a laugh, I threw the doll in my closet and promptly forgot that she existed. A few hours later, my friend left and I went to bed. That's how this story should end, only it doesn't. The next morning, Dolly Dearest was sitting on my dresser, but I was willing to write it off as temporary insanity. Instead of arguing with myself, I just tossed the damn thing back in the closet and went about my day, until I returned from work that evening to find her back on top of the dresser. I live alone. I don't even have a pet. I couldn't explain it, so I blamed my friend and instantly regretted it. Not only was she completely innocent, she took the time to educate me on haunted doll lore. By the time I got off the phone, I only knew one thing for certain. Dolly had to go. I put her inside of an old purse, filled it with rocks from the parking lot, left her in my car for the night. I almost expected to see her inside the next morning, but I didn't. The purse was still right where I left it on the passenger side floorboard. On the way to work, I threw her into the river like an unwanted prom baby and felt a weight lift as I watched her sink. Unfortunately, that feeling of relief was short-lived. The rest of the day sucked. Everything that could go wrong did. When 5 o'clock finally rolled around, I wasn't even sure if I was coming back the next day. Then, on the way home, I almost caused a wreck when my brakes failed. I would be dead right now if I hadn't thought to use the emergency brake. Once safely back at home, I leaned across the center console to reach my bag, which had fallen into the floorboard during the drive. I think that's when the doll got inside. All I know for sure is that a few hours later, I went into my purse for chapstick, and I got the surprise of my life when those glassy eyes were staring up at me. I probably gave my neighbors a fair surprise with my screaming, too. I reflexively threw the doll across the room like a sticky thing peeled from the bottom of my shoe, and she hit the corner with a soft thud. I sat motionless, staring at her for a long time, before finally tearing my eyes away. Her body was bent into a sitting position, with her legs propped against the wall, her head turned away from me. I would have never been able to stare into those eyes for that long. I'm just trying to say, I was positive about how she landed, because I went outside to catch my breath for a minute. When I returned, the doll's head had twisted around, backwards. It was staring right at the spot that I'd been sitting moments before. And it was like her facial expression totally changed. Before, it was like happy, but now it looked furious. She felt furious, like she was radiating anger. This time, I left her on the mantle where I could keep an eye on her. Nothing else happened until after I fell asleep. When I woke up the next morning, she was sitting next to me, staring at me. I was done. I drove out to a secluded spot, soaked it in lighter fluid, burned it, till there was nothing but a pile of ashes left. I'm safe now, right? It's over. It has to be over. If that thing comes back again, I swear I'll lose my mind for real. There's going to be no coming back from that. There's a skate park 3 blocks away from my apartment, but there's always a bunch of kids hanging around during the day, so I prefer going at night. It's absolutely terrifying how careless children can be with their own bodies. You'd think a broken bone would be enough to slow them down, but it only seemed to encourage this bunch. Well, maybe what happened to that Andreas kid will finally scare some sense into them. But I won't be around to find out, one way or another. The boy was only 12. He was trying to do his first flip and landed directly on his head. They're not supposed to be allowed to skate without a helmet, but you know how kids are. Last night, the family chose to end life support assistance, and he passed away shortly after. I went by the park earlier this evening, and it was already empty, so I stopped to make a few runs. I was in the middle of the straightway when I heard someone else coming up on me, fast, really fast. It sounded like they were about to run me over. I panicked and jumped off my board. It was a less than graceful maneuver that ended me flat on my ass, but when I turned to curse the idiot riding my tail, the night fell silent. No one was there. I stayed down for several minutes, scanning the area, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Eventually, I wrote it off as being on edge, got back on my board, skated for roughly 10 more minutes, just long enough to completely drop my guard before it happened again. I was in the middle of turning around when I heard someone barreling towards me, and this time, I caught a glimpse of a small form as I lost balance and fell over. It looked like a young boy. Luckily, I was wearing a helmet, so the impact only left me a little shaken. But once again, no one was there, and all was silent. I don't know what to make of all this, but I wasn't sticking around to see what happened next. I only looked back when I was halfway to the next block. A lone shadow figure stood, unmoving, just outside the light of the street lamp, and the item held at their side was clearly a skateboard. I guess that could have been any kid standing there, but it couldn't have been just any kid that almost ran me down twice. There was absolutely nowhere for them to go. At the very least, I would have heard them riding away. I didn't know what else to do, so I came here. I feel a little better just sharing the story in general. Thanks for reading. Update. Hey again. It's been 3 days since I posted this story. I wanted to let you all know that I'm not the only one who's had an experience at the park. There's a convenience store down the street that all of the skaters use. I ran into one of the older kids this evening. He noticed me on the way out. I could tell he was trying to work up the nerve to talk to me. I wanted to know if he saw anything strange, just as badly, so I brought it up first. His look of relief was unmistakable. He quickly launched into his own story. He, too, had been knocked over by an invisible skater, but he also claimed to have heard someone crying when he first arrived. He said it was the loud, anguished cry of someone seriously injured. He tried to locate the source for several minutes before the sobs fell silent. There was no trace of anyone else in the park. It's been pretty slow over there since the accident. The guy was clearly shaken up. I'm not ashamed to admit that his story completely changed my plans. I'd half convinced myself that my own experience was pure imagination, paranoia. But then this kid comes along, with not only the same story, but an even worse one. Well, no thank you. I've seen enough to last a lifetime, and there's plenty of other parks in the city.